€155 Polish poker in Roswell. We see Johan, the main man. Alrighty, guys. Third time is. Hope you can hear me loud and clear. And welcome to the €155 Polish Poker Masters main event live from the King's Court in Roswell. Shy of 150 players remaining now from a starting entry field size of 2,500. The average stack is just shy of 26 million. It's 26 bigs. The small blind is 25k. Big blind is 50k with a 50k running big blind ante. We see a guy with an Irish Open hoodie. Always nice to see it. Dinosaur and says the sound is terrible. It's better now. Yeah, we're just trying to adjust that and get it correct here for you guys. Thank you for letting me know and bringing it to my attention, and I will keep an eye on it throughout the stream. Hope you are well. And greetings to everyone who is joining from YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Hope you're all very well. On this Sunday evening, we see Manfred going all in for his last 6.5 big blinds here on the river with the trips. Good card for him to jam. That King of Hearts on the river completes some two pairs, some top pairs, some straights. Although he loses to the straight, of course. I believe our chat has been cleared by one of the moderators. And the trips will take that one down. Erase Chili Dog. Wrong command. He went Expelliarmus. Mischief managed. Cleared it all out. Gone. What stream? There is no stream. So, on the heels of the European Poker Millions, what an event that was. We won't be playing 80-minute blinds, I don't think, in the Polish Poker Masters €165 buy-in. But this is an awesome event nonetheless. Just going to look at some numbers here. And one thing that has just been brought to my attention that I didn't see initially is that this is a mystery bounty event. I just see Polish Poker Masters main event. I didn't know it was a mystery bounty. And that means it's a whole different ball game. Having said that, a lot of the mystery bounties will already have been pulled with 122 players remaining. There still could be big booties in play. €351,000 and change in the prize pool. €33,500 for the eventual champion. And last Monday, we had one of the German events, of course. I was in Dublin playing live poker myself, and we had Richard Hayes do the commentating for me, done a fantastic job. I even tuned in towards the end, so a big shout out to him. As always, if you are new to this channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. We are here most weekends. King's production team works around the clock, 24/7, pretty much 365, minus a couple of days. Place barely closes at Christmas. If you want to find out any additional information, head over to the King's Resort website. We even have a merchandise store on there with some goodies. I was going to say some summer goodies, but summer is fast expiring. I hope you've got out there and got lots of sun before the winter kicks in. Don't want to be a Debbie Downer. We are into August now. August, the last month of the summer, really. We say that, but September brings a decent spell of sunshine. It does in Ireland anyway. Just having a look around the table here. I don't initially recognize anyone, which is to be expected in a field like this. So many studs and stars at Kings in the bigger buy-ins. going to see a lot of recreational in this one. We do have some action here. Karl Serwatko calling the initial raise with pocket deuces, the little duckies. Kerry Kirsten, the initial opener, raising the full 3x off 13 bigs to start the hand. Christoph Marcinison. Don't think I got that pronunciation on point. Not my forte, as you all know. We do see an all-in for 5.3 bigs and the all-in over the top here for 13. Karl wanting a count with the option of eliminating 2 players in the mystery bounty, but decides against it because it's such a large portion of his remaining chips. 142 remain. And Kerry Kirsten with an awesome opportunity to eliminate Christoph. He is a 3-1 favourite. 805k in the pot. It is a lady of the night in the window on the Queen 10-6 flop. Turn is the 5 of clubs. River is the 9 of hearts, and Christoph will double up, and now Kiri going to be down to under 10 big, 7.6 moving forward. And with 140 players remaining, they are all guaranteed a minimum of €265. And thank you, Richie and Jay Wasello, for confirming how many mystery bounties are left. There is... and Bird, of course. There is one €21,000 bounty remaining, 21,150. There is one 6,000 bounty remaining. There are 3 2250 bounties remaining. We have 18 €225 bounties remaining and 22 €102 bounties remaining. Worth €75. Up. Bird is subscribing for 29 months. Thank you for your continued support. Richie says, howdy, matey. And Jay says it's a 19k bounty, is a 10k World Series of Poker Europe ticket. Come again. So it's a 10k ticket and a 9k cash prize. And Heenus wants to see Dan Uithoff on the TV table. Uithoff. We'll keep an eye out for this guy. Big blind defends, flopping pretty well on the Queen 10-7-2 spade board. He's 4 checks behind. Wise to do so. Great turn card for Arik, 6-9. With the 6-9 in reverse, 9-6. And check again is the play. Try again. Straight draws or a 10 now to bet. Eric just decides to bet. I think betting is fine. We want to set up a river jam. We see Mikael shoving 12 from under the gun with Queen 10 of hearts. He will take that one down with the jam. So says it's always nice when there's a player supporter in the chat. Sure is. And we've got action here. Carl raises to 100k. Christoph calls with pocket eights. Carl with the jack 10 of spades. Manfred wants to see a flop with the 10-9 of hearts. Round to the blinds. We see Jack 8, 4. Pretty interesting flop. Open ender for Manfred. Even a pair from Mikael. Carl with top pair, backdoor spade and straight draw. But it is Christoph who flops a set. The case 8. So you bet a 160 from the top pair. I don't like a raise here at all from Christoph. I don't know why he's raising. It's a dry flop. Even if we are multi-way, suppose the money's going in. The money's going in. Turn is the queen of diamonds, and Carl can now win with a 9 on the river, but it is the queen of spades. Christoph with a big double up leaves Carl Serwatko with 6.7 bigs remaining. And the 8's now playing 38 big blinds. I see some comments coming in there. Next week is indeed the Dutch Classics, and then we have the Shark Bay the week after that. It's a really fun event-filled month here at Kings. I will get to the schedule a little later on, and I always talk about it on the Monday. Spritzing with the sevens, giving up on this turn. On the king, 10-9, deuce, and the river coming at deuce. Eric going to try win a showdown with his ace, queen. Spritzing going to be delighted to take this down with pocket sevens. Yes, Richie, I am here. The commentator calling the action is Action Man Dan. I think that's my first time saying that this evening. Richie says it was a gentle reminder. I don't need a minder, just a babysitter. Hope you're very well, Richie. Whatever you've been doing all weekend. I am your announcer for the duration of this event and the next few events. 122 players remaining now. Remo says Polish event. I thought it was ongoing in Warsaw or Krakow. No, it's all happening live from the King's Resort in Rozwadov on the German border in the Czech Republic. An hour and a half away from Prague. James says next week. The Dutch Classic. I arrive at King's on Wednesday. Go get him, champ. Only a select few were born with the eye of the tiger. Rawr. Blinds are still 25, 50, 50. Average stack, 31 big blinds currently. Pay jump has been reached, by the way. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €335. 13 bigs is the shove around to Super Mario. I like the name. It is for half of his stack, roughly speaking, and he will let it go. We're getting close with that one. If Michael's shoving from any closer to the button, hijack, cut off, maybe even the low jack, we're dancing. Oh, we dancing. Paolo on the button here. Ace-8 offsuit with the rejam from the cut-off open of Johnny. And that's a nice rejam, taking that one down uncontested. It's a big pickup. And we've got action here. Kerry only has 4.1 big, so they're fighting over it. And it's Paolo with the ace-8 of diamonds. Ace-9. Jack. Kerry needing a 10. The 10 only on the river, but it is the 7 of hearts. We lose another player. Paolo scoops the booty. 26 big blinds he's playing now. See Carl going all in for 7 bigs, 6.7. With King 7 of clubs, this seems right on the line. It's a good thing we're suited. Does get it through. So we see the call from Super Mario. We see the open from Spritzen. We see the shove from the ace-7 for 6.3 bigs total with the ace-7 offsuit. I'm not too sure about that, by the way. I think we might just want to let that combo go when we're unsuited. Jack 9-5 is the flop. Turn is the queen of hearts. Carl needing to hit this river, and it is going to be a split with that 5 of clubs pairing the board. Looks like we are playing 50-minute blinds today. Blinds have just gone up. Small blind is 30k, big blind is 60k with a 60k running big blind ante. And Christoph with 29 bigs is your table captain. Paolo with 21 bigs in second place. Super Mario with 21. Arctic with 17. Spritzen with 16. Manfred with 15. Mikael with 11. And Carl, your shortest stack, now playing 8 bigs. We see Mikael Zubek. We have Poland, Germany, Italy, Turkey, Macedonia all being represented. Of course, this is a Polish event, so you're going to have a lot of Polish still in the field. That's how that works. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4. You had 4 Polish at our table. They are out in force. 2,533 original entries, €165 buy-in. If you're just tuning in, you're watching day 2 of the PPM, the Polish Poker Masters. It's the main event. It's the Mystery Bounty Edition. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. And my name is Action Man Dan, your announcer for this event, your Irish pundit. Dutch Duck says Polish on the table. I wish poker was allowed in Poland. Well, that's why you have places like the King's Resort where everyone can play under one roof. As Dutch Duck says, I go there every year. Good for you. You see a raise 130k with pocket eights from the small into Manfred's big blind. He's going to call with the 7-5 off suit. Christoph checking on this turn on the ace 10 deuce 5. Manfred wants to see where he's at. He's going to bet 75k. Christoph checks. Manfred checks behind. Will be delighted to win a showdown. 470k in the middle. Now we have and everybody loves a chop pot. You're going to have to change that slogan somehow. I can't be getting done for copyright infringement. I'm more of a chop it up, gents. It's gone, and there with this one we'll go to Splitsville kind of a guy. Viz wants to bring Mark Franson onto the table. I don't make the rules, buddy. And this one is escalating quickly. We see a raise to 120, a min raise from Paolo. Mikael 3-betting to 280 with the ace 10 off suit. The hijack. Carl going for it here. There's a 4-bet rip for 7.5 big. So Michael's 3-betting, committing himself to Carl. Paolo most likely just going to have to get out of the way with pocket fives now. We do see Michael calling it off for 170 more. Just shy of 20 bigs in the middle. Carl in great shape. Ace, king, deuce is the flop. Turn is an 8. 10-8 to reduce. Saves Michael, but it doesn't arrive. Carl gets the full double up, and Michael Zubek now playing 8 big blinds. Ace king of diamonds now for Super Mario. So we see 135 from Mario. Christoph. The ace jack of spades is going to just call. Queen 10-3 is the flop. $115 is the bet, and Christoph's going to call. Christoph needing a king. He's got some backdoor spades working for him. He could also just have the best hand with ace jack. Has top pair now. So we see a bet of 145 and a call. Christoph blocks straights. Super Mario going into check call mode on the river. Christoph decides to just check behind. Could have lost more chips. Shows an ace. We're just having a look at the upcoming schedule for August. You've got the Polish Poker Masters. It's on now. Dutch Classics next weekend. One of my favourite events of, I wouldn't say the year because we have a few each year. So many big poker fans rock to the King's Resort for that one. 400k guaranteed. Shark Bay then the week after that. 1 million guaranteed. And rounding out the month, we have the German Poker Days, which is always fast and furious. And then we've got the Wolf Millionaire, another 1 million guaranteed, popping off to get us kicked into September. That's how things are looking the next month or so at Kings. If you want to check out the schedule, head to the Kings Resort website. 100 players remaining. €335 is the current payout. Johnny bets 80k with top pair. Paolo with a good shot straight draw, button against the small blind. And noteworthy to say here that I would most likely just rejam this King Jack offsuit pre against Johnny on the button, depending on how tight or loose he's been playing, of course. Checks after calling on the flop for such a small sizing. And Johnny just wants to go small again to set up a river jam. I would even bet something like 125 here. 150, 175 maximum. Goes for 180. The smaller we go, the harder it is for Paolo to let any Queen X go. any ace-x, even though basically all the ace-x should be rejamming pre. Hands like king jack, maybe some type of middling pocket pair. However, they should also be rejamming pre. Johnny raises from the cutoff. You see Michael all in for his last 4.7 bigs with the Jack 8 on the Queen 8-3, big blind against the button. He's caught a piece of it, and Eric wondering if he's got enough equity here with just ace deuce. We have backdoor clubs, we have backdoor straight draw. Can work in our favor. We might just have the best hand against a hand like Jack 10 or Jack 9 that's shoving with a good shot straight draw. We have decent equity against a tree, although not spectacular. If we had more chips, it would be a hell of a lot easier for us to call because it's less than 5 bigs. However, when we have 11 bigs left, it is almost half of our remaining stack to make this call. And that's why I would be leaning towards the area of folding. That's why you see him make the fold. Super Mario with 28 bigs now. Christoph with 25. Johnny with 22. Carl with 20. Dominic 19. Paolo with 14. Mikael Zubek with 12. Eric with 11. And Manfred Sicklinger with 10 bigs is your shortest stack. But with 4 players under 20 bigs, spin and win always working in your favor. OMG asks, who is the chip leader? Super Mario is marginally. Johnny raised to 120 with pocket eights. Paolo calls with king queen. Johnny faced with a flop with 2 over cards and just gets out of the way. Dominic Barnsteiner, new player at the table. King Queen raising from the hijack. Jack 6-3 is the flop. Manfred checking over to Dom, who most likely just takes this one away with a bet and does do just that. By the way, I like a rejam pre. If we are Manfred there, sub 10 bigs to start the hand, or just in or around that amount. Johnny defends with the 5-4 off suit, and this flop is going to smack the perceived big blind's defending range more so than the opening range of Dominic. 6-4 deuce rainbow. Dominic can still have all the over pairs, of course. Johnny had a pair and a good shot, is now turned trips. And now he's got quads. That's 475. Dominic's trying to figure out, can he beat anything with just ace high? The computer says no. It's possible that Johnny has a busted straight draw or a busted flush draw. But in general, Johnny is going to have too many hands that could have a full house at this point. Ace 5 or ace 3 could be a natural bluff here for Johnny. Maybe a hand like 5-7. We unblock spades for a busted flush draw. But after that point, we are stretching. And he will eventually let it go. We say shut down other Twitch streams. Doesn't work looking at 3 streamers at the same time. I just stay here with the beautiful voice of Dan. A donkey doesn't usually bump into the same stone twice. Oh, wow. Funny, funny, funny. 225 is the bet here from Chris Stuff. Hoping to get paid by Carol. Carol kind of forced to pay off on that board on the 5 ace, king, king, jack. Going to be chopping a lot of the time, but does find the call. Paired board. Small blind against big, against under the gun +1. Dominic with 6s. Super Mario with 5s. Paolo with the ace 10. Dominic betting 235 on the 944. Super Mario just has one overcard to worry about with his pocket pair. Raised to 550 from Super Mario, and now Dominic in a very difficult spot with just sixes. When he bets that much and gets raised, I would be more inclined to go with my hand. Having said that, kind of retract what I just said, because Dominic can have... Super Mario can have a 9, and he's unlikely to be raising with just ace high or king high. Maybe some backdoors. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. Does get the best hand to fold right here, right now. Always good when you can pick up the pot and get a better hand to fold. Carl going for 7 big blinds with 8-6 of hearts. Might want to be a little bit tighter here. Even 7-8 suited, 8-9 suited. Just those 7-5s and 6-8s. Not going to quite be good enough in a mystery bounty format. The blinds are 40, 80, 80 now. 40k, small blind, 80k, big blind with an 80k running big blind. And Super Mario got a call with a 7 off suit, which also is at the bottom of our calling range in a mystery bounty. Surely we can't afford it, but we've less than 30 bigs ourselves. Is Queen 5-9, 3. Carl with so many outs, we hit the river. Too many outs. And we do have another elimination. Super Mario scoops the booty. Now playing close to 40 big blinds and 88 players remaining now. There's a real hand for Christoph, the Kings of Kings. Kings takes that one down. And we've got action here. Three-way action. These hands play themselves. Standard jam, standard ISO, standard call. Jack 10-5 is the flop. Dominic now out in the lead. That's a pretty good turn card for Dominic, picking up the nut flush draw. Eric needs another 8. It is a king on the river to eliminate Eric and Dominic, the double stuff. We have 2 eliminations at once. Michael now. What a river that is for him. The king rolling off in the nick of time. He did have the best hand going in. Best hand going out. Oh, we're going out the same way we came in. Manfred, 5 bigs, getting it in, getting it on. Queen 10 of hearts, good hand. Paolo with the ace king. Manfred be happy to see he's got 2 live ones. What a flop it is for him on the jack. 8, 6, 2 hearts. It's a post-flop coin flip. Turn is the king of diamonds. 3-1 favorite now for Paolo as we hit the river. Is this another case of too many outs? It is. Manfred Sticklinger has been eliminated. 80 players remaining now, and Paolo takes that one down. Pay jump has been reached. €440. Looks like we only have 5 players here at the table. We will be getting reinforcements very shortly. Two pair for Mikel. Johnny defending with the 10-8 offsuit. It's Mario, the initial opener, with the ace-4 offsuit. King, queen, jack. $2.15 is the bet. That should be the end of that. Average stack almost 2.4 million now. It's still 30 big blinds. Super Mario makes it 200k to go. Takes in the blinds and antes. Johnny Min raising from the button with ace queen of diamonds. Sometimes we would rejam with ace 8 offsuit here, sub 20 bigs facing a button open off this stack depth. With those ace 6, ace 7, and ace 8 combinations, I would way prefer to be suited. Does decide to just call. Interesting choice. That brings along Super Mario, and he does flop best on the 10-5-6 3 club texture. Super Mario leads and takes that one down. We won't have too much leading here. Yeah, don't worry, we will have new players. We're on the way. Well, we have most of them at the table now. Grand Dublin. We have seen a Kings before. They poker face attire. You can get that jumper on the merchandise store on the Kings Resort website. We get 800k here, which is an absurdly large size. Okay, with three bets to 10 bigs. You can get away with making this 4.5, 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5. The 10 big blinds is 5x, in my opinion, is a dead giveaway. That should sort out the tech issues there now, folks. Just refresh the page, change some settings around. Bartos setting with the ACO, taking that one down to a small bit of a delay. Around by the road, setting with his 53 when it comes to 50k. We do see Johnny here with 11 big blinds. Pocket tens is just going to shove it in. The ace jack going to isolate from the small blind for 24 big blinds. We do have an all in the call. Coin flip situation. Pocket tens against the ace jack for 1.9 million. Big hand for both players involved with 72 remaining. Here we go. Well, that's going to be the end of that, isn't it? Quadzilla in the house on the flop, 10-10-3. How'd you like those apples? Michael's going to be down to 13 bigs, and Johnny, big double up for him. And they're just counting out the chips. I believe we have 3 hands remaining before the break. Yes, as per usual, having small sound difficulties. I will try to get that sorted again on the break. However, it's sounding great at the moment. Juby Jew says, nevertheless, all streams I watched lately had sound problems at some point. Yes, there is 7. If you're on about Just Kings channel, we have 7 servers between Ireland and the King's Resort itself. Sometimes things are just out of my control. I'm doing all I can. Yeah, it is rare I have a stream without some form of sound difficulties at some point for sure. Thanks for pointing that out. All I can do is refresh the page, get on to my tech guy, get it sorted every time it gets a bit buggy. Juby Jew says we need a direct line. Yes, indeed, we do. Just wire me to the mainframe. Bird says the most beloved and nicest player from Kings is on the TV table. Does he have a name? Would you care to elaborate? Oh, he means that ironically? Okay. I'm not in the loop. Obviously, we have a villain at the table. If anyone feels like filling me in, that would be great. As we reach the final hand before the break. There was a bit of a pass there from the Queen 9 suited. Having said that, yeah, no, I take it back. Under the gun +1, opening with the Ace 10. Got to fold your Queen 9 suited then. Yeah, I'm betting 100k here. Paolo calling on the Ace 3, 6, 8. River is the 6 of diamonds. Both players probably think they have the best hand at this point. Jan, thought we might see Jan bet one more time. Just happy to take it down once the board has been paired. Understandable. I still think we want to go for some value there, even if it starts to feel a bit thin. We are going on a break for the guts of 15 minutes. Enjoying the action so far. It's been quiet at times and action-packed in others. That's only the first couple of levels. Bird says check behind. That's tight. Lost some value. Yes, exactly what I was saying. Very well said, Mr. Bird. I will see you all in a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here.
Ramos, by the way, part of such an incredibly accomplished contingent of Brazilian players out there. Yuri Zivalevsky, Andrea Kari, another one that comes to mind. Bruno Volkmann.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
What about Pedro Gargnani?
Yeah, he too.
So one's a coffee connoisseur, the other the tea connoisseur.
Don't forget tennis connoisseur as well for Volkman.
That's right.
Time bank or not? Time bank, yeah?
Jack 8 under the gun. Ren
100.
activating.
This
Lady
makes
Gaga?
sense.
Time bank, police.
Santosh in the small blind in these
Time
spots,
bank, it must
or
be
the
very
big?
strong.
Believe they had a player
I'm
between
convinced
them.
that Moulton's been given like 22 time banks this tournament.
I mean, obviously Santosh being the only guy who hasn't covered.
I'm
This
convinced
is
that you were given like 22
worthy
time
of
banks.
thought. Believe Devoris is between them.
Yeah, Santosh is in
You
the
still
small
have
blind.
it.
Small blind tends to play tight, even with a big stack.
Yep.
Okay, please.
I like this awareness of the positions from Lin to find a spot
Play with
to
Lady
steal the
Gaga.
blinds.
Lady
Which
Gaga.
he
How
does.
you wanna play, normal or friendly?
Oh,
You can choose.
Did we have a call
Normal
from
or
Cabral? I'm
friendly?
sorry.
Let's say before flop.
Good luck.
Huh? Good luck? Okay. I think it means normal.
Good luck.
So
It's free?
indeed, Cabral did flat, flew under our radar, given that
Gaga.
his cards hadn't
No
been
good
scanned
for
yet
6-3, no
again.
good for Gaga.
A 6 deuce. Obviously, this is a sort of board that Ren is supposed to be able to rep.
Especially from under gun where he's going to raise a lot of ace-x, suited or not. And this sprinkle here is designed to just kick out
Empty?
unpaired
Empty, yeah.
hands.
Empty. What is this bet? You wanna bet? Bet like normal. What is this? 300. I don't understand. 300. Santosh, what is this bet? Can you help me? Probably 6-3, yeah. You wanna buy it cheap free? Please. After the hand, please, next time.
So Cabral, with a couple of nines here, does call the 300k c-bet. And note that the floor came over and asked him to scan his cards here mid-pot. He pushed back a little bit and said after the hand next time. Supposed to be scanning it before the hand.
Yep. I think he's saying, tell me after the hand rather than I'll do it after the hand.
Of course, they've told him multiple times in between hands, and that hasn't worked. So I think now perhaps a little bit more of an aggressive position being taken by the staff.
I hear you. Whoa, look at this. Red Lynch's got nothing. Cutting out chips. Trying to apply that bubble pressure.
900 into 1.9. Not a negligible size. And obviously Cabral just fresh off of a double. Doesn't want to say goodbye to these chips too quickly.
This looks like an impossible call, but would be correct.
It's a call that's begging for a river check.
Exactly. But I'm thinking if Renlin bets his turn, he's going to fire a lot of rivers. This is an amazing call from Cabral. But one more street to be played.
And that street places an overcard to the nines on the river, not one that rates to be of concern for Cabral.
I think the 10 doesn't change too much for Renlin. He thinks that once he got called, he is up against an ace, but he could ask for it all, and it'll be hard to call if you don't have a nice kicker to go along. He should believe that normally a hand like nines and lower would be out on the turn, hence why he bet.
And there is a jam from Ren. Max pressure being applied. Stone money bubble, snap fold there from Martin. Think about all the spots in which he's taken time. In that one, he knew exactly what he was going to do. I thought it would be worth, given the opportunity that's presenting itself and the fact that he called flop and turn, maybe just looking up at Ren, engaging him in conversation as he tends to do, and trying to see if he could get any sort of tell.
Does make way for Martinson, who's not going to get super out of line with this Queen 4 offsuit on the button. He's going to allow Adamski to create some action from the small blind.
He is covered by the big blind.
The big blind, before Adamski even asks, is like, hey, get the big chips up front, I want to see. Does that play in your mind, Randy, that
Well,
Nojbal's going to have a hand. Oh, he does have a hand.
Jammed.
And he's going to find out it's 20 bigs. And 6 is Randy. Surely too much of a hand to fold.
I think this is too much. There we go.
Flicks it in, and Adamski's going to be delighted to see he's flipping. So many of the snap calls were dominating him. Huge flip out of nowhere. 2.7 million chips. Adamski just ripping 20 bigs. Getting action.
Yeah, this escalated quickly once he asked how many big chips you got, even though action wasn't to him yet. But here we go, to a flop. Safe for the 6s.
9-9-4. Adamski needing to find some paint. Or running straight. Turn of no use. One card from elimination.
Needs that queen or jack for Adamski to stay in here. And that's the end.
It is GG's for Adamski.
I will see. Doesn't matter. Nuts. In river I have nuts.
There's not a player at this table who doesn't mind seeing that 9 roll off on the turn. That much I can assure you, as the talents of Shilko no longer need to be contended with.
Bravo. You play slowly, but now you are hot. Таня. Давай, брат.
Well, no time for any eulogies. As we march on here, absent Shilko, 45 remaining. King Queen suited from the hijack, not all in, but mostly in.
Got Ali Sara saying, don't forget Benitez called time against Chance Corner in a hand at the break that he wasn't even playing in.
I remember that. Chance had some choice words for Benitez after that one too. That was at the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas this summer.
Oh, Volkov.
Wakes up in the big with ace king suited. 3-betted
I like you. You play
to get the last 70 in there.
Yeah, I don't like him. You don't like him. I like him. No stress. No, I like him. I play fast too.
Ace 5 and king queen suited.
Possible combination.
So few outs. Running spades, running 10 jack.
I knew that was the
And that's it. Ace is full for Volkov. Chip leader here.
No more possible.
Has 2 casualties in short order here at the feature.
No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next 2 spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Sai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by two black kings.
Just gonna be bang bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been more apropos, but I know.
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required. 4-set continuation unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Well, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello?
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Choose the hand to go all in with. Black 8s or 6-7 of hearts on this flop. Good luck. 4 of hearts on the turn completes the flush. Pocket pair has 6% chance to improve. River is 3 of diamonds. Congratulations to everyone choosing 6-7 of hearts. Follow for more poker intuition tests and come try your luck at Kings.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Welcome back after the break. Hopefully you can hear me now. It's clear. This is day 2 of the 160 Polish Poker Masters main event mystery bounty edition live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. What a mouthful that was. Was Franz going to be faced with a full 20 big blind jam from K with the ace king of hearts. Under the gun +1 for the full 20. I think we might be able to find a fold here with ace jack suited, player dependent, of course. Even ace queen off there, sometimes just gonna find the muck. Ace queen suited, different story. I think we might be gambling at that point. Dancing. It's one of those things where we're going to be flipping a lot. We'll be ahead of hands like ace jack and ace 10, but when we've ace jack ourselves for the full 20 big blinds in a tournament like this, less than 70 players remaining, you want to be erring on the side of caution and letting that one go, even if it is a mystery bounty. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. Hello to anyone tuning in on YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. I am your announcer, an Irish pundit, Action Man Dan. 68 players remaining now. All remaining players guaranteed €440. Some people asking about the payouts in the chat. €440 is the current payout from a €165 buy-in. 2,533 entries total. Mario raises to 275. Johnny min raising. Look at this behind Christoph with the queens, the ladies, facing a 3-bet from Mario with the 10-7 of clubs. And now back on you with pocket 10s for your tournament life with 15 bigs remaining. And I think he's trying to fold at this point. No Super Mario asking for a count. He's just saving space. You know he's not going to be calling. $19 bigs. Both is the shove. Let's put in 6 of those 19 bigs. 14 bigs more equals nearly half of his remaining chips. Quick maps. Not be calling the 10 high, even if it is suited. Nice pick up there for the ladies. Three-way action with a flop, the hijack against the small against the big. Ace-5 of spades for Bartos opening. And the small blind calling with ace-4 suited and K calling with queen jack of hearts up to 10-8, 3-2 diamonds. Bartos going to take that one down with a bet. And that's a really nice pickup, getting the ace-4 and the king jack out of there. Technically, he did have the best hand, but equity denial is the name of the game. Yam with 45 big, Bartos with 37. So Super Mario with 30, Christoph with 27. Franz Dublinger with 24, K with 21, Johnny with 15, and then Paolo and Mika with 10 and 8 big. At the bottom of your leaderboard at this feature table, playing 10, 8 big blinds. So just one stack under 10. Still a lot of possibility with these stacks 15, 10, and 8. Okay, opening on the button with King 4 of Hearts and Paolo defending with the King 9 off suit and a big blind. We make two stone check. Both players with top pair on the turn. Maybe just went for a C bet there. Okay. We just continue firing on some turns. He's turning a heart. Some spare cards. Move delay. C bet. Rose is just going to go for the lot on the flop if he is going to go. I would be more inclined to just jam the flop. But all going on the turn. Both players with top pair. That looking too great there for the King 4. But it is a 4. Oh, dearie me. That was the only card that could save him. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. We lose Paolo. Kay takes that one down. And we have less than 65 players remaining now. Paolo, so unlucky not to double up there to almost 2 million. You could see it written all over his Chevy Chase. Bartos min raising. 63 players remaining now. Picking up the action here on the river. Bartos rivering the best hand. Super Mario not liking this board on the 9-8-3-9. 3 diamonds out there. And it looks like he's now faced with a 400k bet from Bartos. Doesn't really know where he's at now. Can lose to a variety of hands containing an 8, a 9, a king. Can beat hands like Jack 10, Queen 10. 1.5 million in the pot, 400k to call. It is 4 big blinds, but it is getting almost 4 to 1. Doesn't need to be good too often to make this a profitable call. Perhaps Super Mario wants to see what Bartos has. I don't think Bartos is betting a hand like a 3, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s. We block 6s. So therefore, he can beat all the draws. Also have a hand like 6, 7. When you really start adding up all the combos, it becomes way more of a call than a fold. Interesting to see what you think about that one in the chat. Let me know. Does make the call and is incorrect on this occasion. Computer says no. 60 players remaining now. And look what's developing here. Jan calling the all in from Johnny. Johnny going for a shove at 13 bigs at ace-6 suited here. I'm not the biggest fan of this one. Would like to see him just fold. Maybe occasionally go for a steal. Do see an ace on the flop for Johnny in this all-in situation. It is a spade on the river, though. 5, jack, ace, 8, 8. And that's going to eliminate Johnny in bad fashion, considering he flopped the ace. So, but that brings us down to 57. There is a page jump blue in a couple of more spots to 595. Current payout is 440. Catalin Gologan is at the table. Three-way action under gun +1 against the small against the big. Christoph taking that one down with a quick bet. Yeah, and opening with the ace-10 of hearts. K calling in the big blind with ace-4 offsuit. 2, 9, 6, 1 heart. Yeah, and just wants to be betting this one nearly all of the time. Can occasionally check back against an aggressive player who's ready, willing, and able to check raise you. They're talking to each other. Shows his hand after betting and taking that one down. And situations in Isaac raises to 250. Take that one down. Well, saying 42 is in the chat. Chat box a little bit quiet tonight. Why you have to be mad? It's only game. Well said, no, I'm saying. 5 players. No. You can't always have a winning Sunday. We take a look at the smooth. We milled while back at the ranch. You see a very wide surface in Moosehall. You see back. Okay. Very loud. It's not the worst of those things for 17-4 break, so we would prefer to be suited. And remember, this is penalty for team today. And Dublinger is going to isolate. Goes to the isolation station. 26 bigs total. Showdown, heads up. Ace 8-6 is the flop. Zubek needing a 5 and gets a 5. 5 will make you get down now. What a turn card from Mikael Zubek. Gets the full double to 17 bigs, and he had 1 foot out the door. With a wandering on, out, he's wandering back in. For 54 players remaining now. We are on the pay jump bubble to 595. Going to raise Daisy and take that one down. And we just see the blinds go up to 60, 120, 120. 60k is now the small blind. 120k is the big blind, but 120k running big blind. Anti. And we've got action here. I'm hearing that the sound is a little bit muffled again, guys. My apologies. I'm apologizing for something that is out of my control. I am refreshing the page. Hopefully, it's not too bad. Mark Franson has joined us. In the chat earlier, on the Poker Kings on Twitch were asking for the man himself, Mark Franson. $3,778 is the board. 3.6 million in this pot. The river is the 7 of diamonds. And that one giving a flush to the ace queen, but a full house to the jacks. And Mark Franson has lost a decent portion of his stack after arriving at the table. So 52 players remaining now. Pay jump has been reached. All remaining players guaranteed $5.95. That's an interesting raise there from the Queen Jack. Not expecting to see that, considering that is a board that smacks the perceived big blind's defending range more so than the opening range from the cutoff. Oh, it looks like he's just bet 300k. For some reason, I thought that was a raise. because he's gone for such a large sizing. But no, it is the same kind of point I'm trying to make, that you would expect him to check back on that board with the Queen Jack on the 5-4-7, because it's range advantage to the big blind. And I keep looking at Mark Franson, and all I can think of is, I'm Chris Hansen. Chris Hansen, Mark Franson, sounds the same to me. We see the all-in from Mark Franson. We see Zubek calling with the ace-jack. Mark Franson all in and at risk. Queen 8 deuce is the flop. 2 diamonds. No help in it for Mark as we hit the turn. Turn is the 4 of clubs. River is the 3 of spades. We lose Mark Franson. Didn't get to see much play from Mark. Unlucky. Hello, Regine says hi and bye. Hi and bye it is then. Bird says good evening. Or Tiltfish. Hello, Tiltfish. This one getting checked down. Deuce, 4 deuce, king deuce. Twins is now playing 42 bigs, taking that down with the ace 6 off the opening from the hotel. Wolfish says it is I am not a real fish. It just tuned in because a mate is on the TV table. Nice to have you with us. We might have you joining in at some point for the Dutch Classics if you're kicking about in it. I'm excited for that one. And then the following weekend we have the Shark Day. Which guy is your mate, Bill Fish? We'll keep an eye out for him. Under 50 players remaining out. Presume it was Mark Franson. Keep an eye out going all in with the ace queen. Taking it down. He has been eliminated, by the way. I'm sure you figured that out by now. We've only seen him for maybe 3 hands. Yes, your friend is definitely buzzed. He had ace 9 and didn't get there. He had ace 9 of clubs and he lost a hand before that as well. I can't think right off the top of my head. He lost a hand upon sitting down, and from there proceeded to get the rest of his chips in with the ace 9. Ran into it. What we could do like I was saying already, Tilfish, he had some support in the chat. The Duckies are preparing for blast off next weekend, I reckon. "48 players remaining now. We have three-way action here. Button against the small, against the big. Ace queen 6 is the flop, 2 hearts. Dark betting 1 big, which I don't like. He's got no backup plan, not much going on for him, and he's sandwiched in between the small and the button. There's not to scare him. By the way, just the king and a 4 off suit, unless the graphics are incorrect. That's a fairly wild lead. $500K is now the bet. This is a wild hand. I don't know what part it's going to be leading for with 1 big on that flop. Now finds a $500K bet on the river. Gets the job done. Going up. Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Just after seeing that all-in Super Mario with the ace-4 going for it. The 10 big straight getting called by the ace-king spade, and of course will prevail to lose Super Mario. Tillfish says Boss Hog's having some problems. Always something going on. He said other friend fired 9 bullets for the main. Is that the main? If it's a 165, I would fire a lot of bullets at these bus drivers. But if it was something like a 1K or even, I fired 3 bullets at 300 last weekend, and that seemed a little bit. At the max, I would be willing to maybe fire 2 more bullets if I had got there a day or two early, but I think 3 is the magic number. I always want to have a re-entry. If it's a 1K or higher, maybe I'll only have as a single re-entry, but I like to make sure I have a jab, a double jab, and a booster. So three barrels in the chamber is what I would prefer. Obviously, sometimes that's just not possible if it's a 1500 or something. So 1K is and above, I want to make sure I get to play it more than once. I would prefer. And 500s and below would be great to have 2 re-entries. But sometimes, guys, you just have 1 bullet and you got to make the most of it. Hope that answers your question. The sound seems to be a good bit better there now. "44 players remaining now. That means we are 20 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2. If you're just tuning in, welcome. It's €165 buy-in. It's the Polish Poker Masters Mystery Bounty Main Event Edition, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Yeah, I'm at 9-8 of hearts. Bard with ace 8 of diamonds. King 6-6 is the flop. Three of hearts hits the turn. Bart gets out of there. Jan betting with the flush draw. Hope you're still with us there, Tiltfish, and heard my response. Otherwise, I'm just talking to the wall. Walking the mile, walking the green mile. Great to see still 100 tuned in on Poker Room Kings and a few hundred on YouTube.
When I tried twice before, when we come, I raise, and you keep playing, so no point. Next time I raise, I have no. Remember earlier? Remember earlier when we started playing, I raised twice, we played. Did you have that? I didn't check this one. It was ace, ace, 10. See my pocket things. You see our pocket things? When I raise ace, ace, 10, me and you blind. And I check the turn. Yeah.
We see Christoph with the open, with the ace-10 offsuit. Bart is going to call from the small with ace-9 of spades, and the flop is jack-7-4. He's going to take that one down with a c-bet. I believe that previous hand was a donk from Bart. I actually would like to see the ace-10 hang around. Otherwise, Bart's just going to be getting away with too many donk leads. I see some of you slating me here in the comment box on YouTube. We're having some technical difficulties. But I am not gone to sleep. I am right here. Someone tell me stop drinking my tea. I'm live. Okay, you got me there. Blinds are 80, 160, 160.
The first was 45 euros. It was this. He had a bad card. If he went there, the moment when he got rid of it, he would not get it. And I'm still in.
That's small blind. 80k, big blind 160k with 160k running big blind ante.
No, I don't think so. I think it's just a time when you press it. Next time. That's why I was running. I had 4 goals because we play and we need to go. Yeah, so run. I run. I know, but I don't mind to run for 30,000. I get 450. I'm still happy. I don't mind. I run 30 seconds. Now is no point. Now we play. Oh, there should be a button here as well, yeah? We press here. Yeah, don't have to run. Press. Or some guy with a laptop. Yeah, never mind. Too late.
So we see the cutoff opening. Christoph calling. 200k is the bet from Bart. A lot of the time you would just check back on a board like this. Bart has a lot of chips, is putting them to work. Does take that one down. Bart will take that one down with the pocket nine. 380k is the raise from Park. Wants to be using this big stack to great effect. So much chips out there for the taking. We have a massive flip on our hands. Ace King against the Queens. Ace 6-4 is the flop. Ace for Bart. Battling with the spade draw. And that's an amazing turn card. The spade drawing off. That's one way to win this flip. However, Ace King needed on the river. It is the 5 of diamonds. Now we'll be playing 30 big blinds apiece. Current payout is €595. The eventual champion of this event will take home €33,700 cash monies. And let's not forget about those mystery bounties. See a raise from Zubek with the ace-9. Christoph calling with the king-10 of hearts. Christoph with an open ender checking back in position. Sometimes might want to bet that one. Doesn't want to get check raised. And now Zubek kind of just wants to give up Christoph calling from the hijack off this stack depth. Going to contain a lot of Jack X and Queen X type holdings. I might start betting on that turn with the King 10. Get rid of some ace-X like the one Zubek has. If Christoph just checks back here on the river, he's letting too many hands win. Good man, Christoph wants to bet somewhere around half pot, 450 even. Goes for 350. And Zubek lets it go. Interesting hand there. Not sure if we just want to start betting on the flop. Bet flop, check turn, maybe jam river. Piersos with the ace-5 shoving from the cutoff. Bart in the big blind. Going to be calling this one would think. Bart does eventually call. Predicted we would see him call for a substantial amount of his remaining chips. This pot over 4 million. Big moment for both players involved. Ace, King, Deuce is the flop. Great start for Piersos. Bart needing a king or a queen now on the river as the 8 of diamonds arrives on the turn. River is the 8 of clubs. Piersos over 4 million now. Bart still playing 17 bigs, 2.78 million.
Small tournament, 165 by cover.
See some comments coming in about this being amateur poker. It is €165 buy-in with an unbelievable opportunity to go deep in such a good event. Playing for over €33,000. Not to mention the mystery bounties. Lights, camera, action. Players won't be that experienced. Won't have played for this amount of money before. Are playing on a live stream. Decision fatigue sets in. You want to make sure you make it to the final day. I made it to the final day, honey. Look, love, we're down to the last 24. 3 tables remain between us and this title and all the glory that goes with it. KM says, you got there, Phil. Honey, he called me a Queen 10, honey. These idiots from Northern Europe. I don't like the way you play poker, sir. An idiot with a stack. Bart bets 130k here on the turn. Fantastic to have KM in the house with us, who still hasn't lost his sword. Hope you are very, very well, my friend. Open-ended here for Zubek. 24 bigs. Mikael Zubek with an Irish Open jumper. Doesn't look too Irish to me. Zubek going to raise here to 720. I expected to see him just call, but blocking the straight is quite nice. Nice play there from Zubek. I like it a lot. As KM says, the percentage player probably won't last another day. Where do you find these guys? I'm all about positivity, honey. What a polarizing figure. None other than Phil Helmut, of course. Jan with 37 bigs, Zubek with 32, Catlin with 30, Persos with 25, K with 22, Christoph with 18, Bart with 15, and Franz Doblinger, clear short stack at this feature table, playing 8 big blinds. So KM, what's good? How has life been? Yes, I know it's another Phil Helmut quote. Why you have to be mad? It's only game. Zubek shoving on Franz. Franz calls with ace-5. 8-4 off suit for Zubek. Ace Jack 7 is the flop. Turn is the 3 of clubs. And Franz with a much needed double up to 2.4 million.
The card to raise, but not on your big blind, because we play 4 or 5 hours together. So I know. Can't steal from you, you're not scared.
Piersos piercing out some chips, piecing out some chips with the Ace Jack suited. So we do have three-way action to the flop, and it's Franz with the King Jack of spades, sevens for K, Piersos with the Ace Jack of clubs, 9, 8, 5. Franz with 2 overcards and a second nut flush draw. K with pocket sevens, good shot straight draw, although he would prefer if there wasn't 2 spades on board. Could see it all go in here, and we do. Franz wasting no time before announcing all in. Okay, wondering if he's up against a combo draw. 2 overcards, though, to his pocket pair, not 1. The 8 and the 9. So having 7s just suddenly doesn't too great. All things considered.
Bigger pocket set. Worst to worst one. Yeah, I think it was a set. Set or bigger pocket? Ball and then. I think it's a bigger pocket. Bigger pocket. No, I don't think so. Tens. It was very easy. No, what is it? Under the guard. It doesn't work a lot of times. Put the pocket nine. You can blind call if you like.
Ace King for Zubek. 39 players remaining now. Jan decides to not even defend with ace-10. Wouldn't be making a habit out of that, but on this occasion has saved himself the hardship of being dominated going to the flop. Having said that, ace-10 just going to be too much hand. Three-way action to the flop, and Zubek with the ace-10 of clubs, and Franz with jacks, and king-9 of hearts, the initial opener on the 8-8-5. Two clubs on this flop, by the way. And it's a pair board. Franz goes for a bet of $500,000. We see an all in. We see the call. Turn is the queen of spades. This is by far the biggest we've seen all night. 8.725 million. As we hit the river, river is the 5 of hearts. Franz gets another huge double up, and now a lot of momentum shifting in Franz Doblinger's direction. Franz now your overwhelming chip leader. Just a couple of hands left before the break. Bit of a rebalance of tables. .38 players remaining now. Hand 100 of the day. /night. Night, man. And fighter of the night, man. Oh. For It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia fans out there. 3 hands remaining before the break. Zubek is all in for 1.4 bigs total. Feel a bit sorry for Zubek. He played pretty well up to this point. And we do see the elimination of Zubek. Two hands remaining before the break. 6 players remaining now. Taking that one down. And close to 9 million now. Oh, hold your horses here, Catalin. Shoving 28 big blinds with pocket eights. Don't try this at home. It's a crazy raise. Hold on, the graphics are changing. No, he's indicated he's all in. Whereas raised 14 bigs. No, he's gone all in. Takes it down, and that brings us to our last break of the night. 12 eliminations to go. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
You're in trouble now, pal. The Ukrainian bulldog.
Who really has been kind of quiet, dormant, let's call it, for the most part. Did play that ace-deuce against Sai. Flop 2 pair, got counterfeited on the turn, got away from it on the end versus a very meaty bet. Here he is with this king-queen. And he's got Deset's queen-9 in a bad way. First involvement we're seeing from Andre. And this is going to be a troublesome flop when we've got 1.4 million back. Top pair, 550 in the middle, 200K bet.
Yeah, this SPR against this opponent as well. I mean, this feels like an inevitable end of the road, perhaps, for Andrzej, unless he can find a safe turn or... No, he's check raising. Check raise for a third of his stack. Queen 7-3, 2 spades, only 1-9 left in the deck.
Volkov would hate to lose a customer here if he were to put the rest on request now. I think the flat here and allow Deset maybe to put the rest in there would be a safer path to ensuring that you're going to get the spin for all of it.
I like where your head's at. In theory, that makes a lot of sense. I think if we're a bit deeper, with Deset putting in 500 of his 1.4, I wouldn't fault Volkov for thinking, okay, let's just run it. This guy is never folding. Queen 9 may actually still hit the muck here if he goes all in, but he's got to side with you, Ali, and just give Deset as much rope as possible, perhaps with like a 6-4 or 5-4 type holding.
I think Volkov has already decided that he's ready to play for the rest, regardless of how the board develops. So the flat here isn't really of any consequence in terms of, you know, texture changing in some way undesirably for the king-queen.
Let's have a look. 1.6 outlet.
Everything all right?
On a 10K ladder. Yeah, it's like a hiccup mid-sentence.
You might be experiencing indigestion of the type that Deset soon rates to be experiencing himself if those two little words cross his lips.
I think given that we're on a 10k ladder, he's going to leave a chip behind. If he does, kind of go for all of it. Wow.
So the all-in does come in. Volkov makes the call, and devastation will be that which ensues for Desit unless a 9 is found.
Case 9 needed.
Good luck, guys.
Upside down variety on the end. Brisk GG. And then a walk over to the rail to his camp. You could maybe put some mayo on the wheel, Henry. Just, you know, to take the heat off of pizza.
Let's just, you know, ease our way into the booth.
Pocket 6s. Let's see how the German eases his way into this one. $160. Min raise here with the blinds at 40, 80, and 80.
Yeah, we do have about 10 minutes left on this level. So we worked our way down the final two tables. Vela, Italian, currently 14th in chips. Just going to proceed with caution by the looks of things. Comes with the defend.
Uh-oh. Top pair against bottom set. Monotone texture, though, could keep Vela from losing more.
Yeah, the saving grace here is these 3 diamonds on board for Vela. Could have been absolute showers, because it does mean that Poodle's going to continue for a smaller sizing rather than a larger one. Say it was like a Queen Jack 6 two-tone.
Another 200 into the middle after the check call of 100K. Very dry turn card now. The type that rates to keep ace-queen very involved.
Wow, he's gone pretty big, 5-10. Trying to get all of the money in on the river.
Also trying to make sure that those diamonds are going to pay a hefty price if they want to see a river.
Sure, but I feel like this size actually gives the Italian an option to escape this setup when we bomb 5-10. It feels like he's playing the strength of his hand rather than targeting specific parts of his opponent's range. You know, like this bet size, for example, just folds out all Jack X. It folds out a lot of the Queen X. And those are hands that we should be trying to get value from, right? Feel like we could have sized closer to half pot. But what do I know? Because he's getting paid.
That he is. As another million plus suddenly finds its way into the middle. You see the heart swallow there from Poodle. He's okay with red cards as long as they're hearts. And that 8 doesn't look very scary.
But maybe it's like, okay, now I want to target one pair hands.
$1.2 million. This is a big chunk of the 2 million back.
It's
Vito
grim.
Vela.
It's grim because of how under-repped we are. I mean, he's flat called pre. Off of 30 big blinds. Oh, he's looked him up. 4 million chip pot. 4 poodle. And Vela down to dust, Ali. Daniel Dvoris comes to mind as someone that's just always involved in dogfights. Even for the smaller pots, you know, the single raise pots, button v big blind. Let's see someone really earn this 1.5 million.
I've been bouncing in and out.
Twitch chat, by the way, speculating that perhaps we got some vowels jumbled up with respect to Benitez's online screen name, because if it is indeed Temato, as opposed to Tomate, Temato is I kill you. And that would seem to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
If it isn't, you know, but I could see Temato, you know what I mean? If you're a boss out there, kind of an aggressive warning to those brave souls that would seek to take him on. That's Shilko showing bravery, this time with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Getting 3-bet.
How much is this? 60? 60.
By Volkov. Up to 165. Now the Ducklings losing flight feathers. Surely Keating isn't considering.
We're at that stage of the tournament, my friend, where you really earn your money. I think we can expect to see a bit of a dogfight. We've got the right lineup for it. Deep stacks. A lot of ego, testosterone, competitiveness amongst these players. Oh, hello. Hello, cold 4-bet.
Quack, quack. Up to 440 in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Alex Keating. This is like when you pay a visit to the salsa bar at your local Mexican restaurant and...
What? What have we walked into?
I thought
Najad?
that the ghost chilies were going to be delivered by Keating, and yet all of a sudden Volkov flexes with a 5-bet up to 1 million. This is a Carolina Reaper here with Ace-Jack.
I was somewhat joking when I mentioned egos and testosterone with this lineup, but these guys really flexing on each other, taking it to the streets. A 5-bet pot in 2023, and Keating hasn't mucked yet.
This has nothing to do with the deuces at this point and everything to do with whether or not Volkov's out of line. Ultimately, the fold does come in. Bit of an exhale, of course, from Volkov, who has to believe the ace-jack is always beat in that spot, but perhaps not as marginally as it was.
Did you know that the word casino is Italian for little house? Early on, it referred to small social clubs. Only later did casino come to mean a dedicated gambling house. Come to Kings to have big fun in our little house.
Welcome back after the break, just in time to see that one being taken down by Pearsos. Franz making it look like he had a far bigger decision than he did. Tuning in this late hour of the night. It is day 2 of the €165 Polish Poker Masters Mystery Bounty Edition. It's the main event live from King's Resort in Rozvadov. It is myself, Action Man Dan, in the boot. Small blind is now 100k, by the way. 200k is the big blind with a 200k running. Big blind ante, 34 players remaining now, so we're 10 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2. Two pair here for Jan. Current payout is €770. Pearsos forced to fold his pocket nines. Looks like you heard some form of commotion going on in the background of Kings. Massimo raising to 450. Min raise with a little bit of cheese on top. He's got the ace king. Franz just calling with the pocket nines. Yes, for Franz. We see a bet of 450k. I probably wouldn't even bet with ace king on the 10, 9, 6. Massimo forced to fold on the turn. So 33 players remaining now. €770 the current payout as Christoph takes in that pot. fans bet 500k there with bottom pair. I don't know if I would have been betting 500k or with this bottom pair with two diamonds out there. And as a note, Navarre with 50 bigs, the table captain down to 45, Jan with 34, Christoph with 23, Philip with 23, captain with 22, Christoph with 17k with 10, and Clark with 7. That's how they are lining up. They are nine-handed. There's one player remaining now. See ace king for France, Catlin with king queen, and Piersos with ace 10, 10 jack 4 is the flop. Catlin calls. Turn is the king of hearts. And we do see the money go in here on the turn. Look at the size of this pot, 9.5 million. France calls the additional 1.4. Catlin in a lot of trouble as we hit the river. It doesn't arrive. That all escalated very quickly under the gun against the button. 9.5 million, close to 50 bigs in that pot. We're seeing all in from Bart for 6.9 bigs and a call from Franz with pocket trees. Bart with the king queen off suit and now kill it in the big. Ace jack of diamonds. Does he want to do some re-isolation? He does. Franz wants to know how much pocket trees can't withstand this pressure. Trees will go into the muck. 29 players remaining. That's Bart with the king queen. And it's Killer with the ace jack. It's Jack 7-6. Great start for Killa. Bart needing help. Needs a king or a queen. 5 outs in the deck as we hit the turn. Turn is the deuce of diamonds. River is the 7 of spades. One more elimination has occurred. 28 players remaining now. So 28 players remaining now. Pay jump is looming from €770 to €990. 4 eliminations away from the conclusion of day 2. France takes down another one, takes that one away from the ace, queen of clubs, calling out of the small.
Next to you, the first one.
We have Mr. Ishbeen asking about the chips. So there's no orange chips left in play. Green chips are 25k, white chips are 100k, and the pink chips that are now in play are 500k pop. And we're going to see some ace king on ace king violence here. Killer raising enough to put Jan to the test for all his chips. And he's entitled to think about this for a moment or two, but should be calling with the ace king, of course. Whoa! We see ace king going into the muck. Doesn't want to flip at this late stage of the day. I was not expecting to see that. Sirius agrees with me. I don't want to be too harsh, Sirius, but sometimes we got to say what we see. 3-bet folds the ace king off. Small blind against the button. That'll happen from time to time. Expect the unexpected of kings. Sirius says, which universe are these knits from? Well, it is €165 buy-in. It's a field of 2,533 entries. A lot of recreationals at Kings. It makes a fun, jovial atmosphere to play in. So we don't want to be too harsh. Don't want to tap the glass, etc., etc. Christoph raised to 475. So he says, I don't know many recreationals who 3-bet fold ace king off there, off 30 big. It's because they're down to the last 4 tables, Sirius. They're playing for the guts of. You've got tickets, you've got mystery bounties, you've got €33,700 up top. Also decision fatigue. They'll be playing for many days on end. The lights, the camera, the action, the pressure. It can all be a bit too much sometimes, and you start making your mind play tricks on you. And figuring it's like, oh, well, I've ace king, but I'm probably flipping at best, so I don't want to flip here. Pick a better spot. You want to be building a chip stack. Well said, Sirius. You do see Pearsos with 18 bigs. Just absolutely going for it here with ace king suited. Don't try this at home either. Wants to be using this as a raise, especially with the suited variety. So much more chips to be gained, but using this to garner some action behind, decides to just rip the lot. Sirius is too scared to induce. Yeah, now I'm going to give them a small bit of credit here, Sirius, and I know you're probably going to disagree with me anyway, but it's okay. There is the mystery bounties that are involved, but at this late stage, I'd be way more focused on the prize pool itself. Sirius says, yeah, without any big bounties left, we could just play CEV and ICM. CEV being chip EV, ICM being independent chip model. Don't talk too much about ICM around here. I do, and the situation arises. Obviously, I talk about the ICM pressure. I don't talk too much about GTO. I want to keep it friendly so everyone can learn. There's a lot of channels that will discuss GTO in depth. 7-7 says, where can I see the bounties? You can see the bounties that from the start of the day. I don't know what the current state of affairs with the bounty is this close to the end of day 2, but I do know we'll have all that information tomorrow. So make sure you tune in at the usual bat time on the usual bat channel, 2:30 Central European time. If you want to find out any more information, then head to the King's Resort website. You are very welcome. Nice to have you with us. Marcel shoves the ace king for 11 bigs. Massimo in the hijack. This is close enough, but it becomes a good enough hand with the mystery bounties in play. I would probably be mucking deuces, 3s and 4s, and potentially pocket 5s in this exact scenario. Pocket 6 and upwards. We can start dancing, and we are off to the ballroom dance. Marcel with ace king, 6s for Massimo. It's a classic race. 5 million in the middle. King 5 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 9 of spades, and the river is the 4 of spades, and Marcel going to take a chunk of change away from Massimo, now playing close to 25 bigs. Here is the current state of affairs. Frank, 67 bigs. Massimo with 39. Killer with 35. Jan with 31. Marcel with 25. Piersos with 18. And Christoph with 17. Massimo raised to 425. Franz called with the pocket sixes. Nine, 7, 3 is the flop. Turn is a 7 of diamonds. Franz with the best of it. Bets 1 million. I think we've got to see a river if we're Massimo. Ace Queen going to be ahead of a lot. And that's a pretty good river. Size to lead for 1.25 million. I'm not the biggest fan of leading here. Doesn't want to run the risk of it going check, check. But surely hearts will continue firing with some busted straight draws. Just the overall range, he feels like he's going to get paid and therefore goes for small size and does get paid. Well played by Massimo. So with the blinds at 150, 300, 300, Jan going to complete. Top pair for Marcel Schwartz. Two pair now for Marcel. Yeah, I'm going for a second barrel, picking up additional equity in the form of a straight draw. Marcel's going to go, so Jan is going to go. He was bluffing, and they'll try to take that one down. See, when some of you talking in the chat about that ace king being 3-bet folded, and then he's going to bluff off his stack like that with the hand, like the 10 deuce in that spot. He's a chicken himself. So he didn't take the flip. Well, we can see on that occasion. On that occasion, he would have just been flipping, but it's not flipping it. See a 3-bet from Marcel. From the small blind. Ace-4 of hearts. I like the blocker. It's going to look very strong. Off 22 bigs to start the hand. However, Franz hasn't been messing around with cards all night. We've seen him have less than 2 million chips earlier. He's won pot after pot. Won his all-ins, played quite solid, and I don't think he's going to be going anywhere with pocket tens. So the question becomes, do we 4-bet rip or just call? I think 4-bet rip becomes better than calling. Having said that, it looks quite strong. The 3-bet off this stack depth coming from the small, facing an under the gun open. Franz seems undeterred. Marcel gets caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Alone says that was a hard all in with tens. A hard decision, but tens too strong. Yeah, I wasn't suggesting that the tens would go into the muck, but that kind of player might decide to just call and go post flop in position. I think a hand like sevens, eights, nines might call. Although hands like sixes, sevens, and eights become really good 4-bet rips because we unblock 9x and 10x that could be 3-betting us from the small blind, but that usually doesn't happen when we open from under the gun. So I might put sixes and sevens and maybe even pocket eights in the muck there. Nines and tens, it starts to get dicey. So I like what you said there, Alones. It is a hard decision, but tens are going to be too strong. 26 players remaining now. I missed that comment from Sirius as well. Some people hunting till the last moment of the final table. Yeah. It's too late then. With 26 players remaining now, they're all guaranteed €990. Massimo with Jack 7 of spades in the hijack. As I was saying, all players going to be wanting to bag and tag in this late hour of the day. 2:15 in the morning at Kings. Don't want to come this far and not make it into the final day with the chance to play for €33,700 for the eventual champion. We see 25 players remaining now. A 10 big blind jam from the button. With the ace-10 off. He will take that one down. And I think that's it. That's going to do it for the night. Just in the nick of time. I'm going to get a very nice sleep for myself and be fighting fit for a very fun stream tomorrow where one of the remaining 24 players will become your Polish Poker Masters Mystery Bounty main event champion. Thanks to everyone who tuned in. Thanks to the moderators for helping out. Thanks to the Kings production team. If you want to find out additional information, head over to the Kings Resort website. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. I think that's it. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.